try our best. Sometimes we do fall short of your glory. Sometimes we do fall short of your will and your expectation. But we are only human, Father God, but we are your children. We just ask that you forgive us of our shortcomings. We ask that you forgive us of all of the sins that we have committed in our lives thus far. And we just ask that you make us new today, this morning. Cleanse us of all sins and of all impurities, of anything that may be bad energy, Father God. You know what that is. We just ask that you rebuke it in your Son, Jesus Christ's name. And we ask that you make us new today, make us whole. I know that some of us may be hurting. Some of us may be dealing with health issues. Some of us may be dealing with financial struggles. And some of us may be dealing with other addictions. Some of us across the nation may be hurting over a lost loved one. But Father God, I call upon you today to bring healing to us as a nation, as people, as your children. And as we stand new today, give us the strength and the courage to proceed forward, to do the right thing. And I know that sometimes we can't even figure out the smallest clue that you may be giving us. But Father God, I know that you are always there with us. So Father God, today in this meeting as Health Education Human Service Committee members, guide us in the decisions that we are going to be making today. Let your will control our votes, and let your will control our conversation today. And deep within our hearts, we do care about our communities. We care about our people. And so, Father God, I just ask that you be with our students across the Navajo reservation and our students that may be off the reservation. Protect us from this COVID-19. Let it not be known to us. Let it not see us. Let it not touch our clothing and our skin. And let it not enter our bodies and our homes and our vehicles. Father God, I ask that you keep us in a protective shield and the armor of God, so that no harm shall come upon us and no illness shall fall upon us. Father God, I ask that you keep our students safe and help them keep their knowledge and help them study hard. And I ask that you please guide them in whatever that they want to do. I know that college and upper universities and all the upper educational levels will be a challenge this year again. And some of us may be dealing with that financial struggle. But Father God, we have one goal in mind, and that's to succeed. Succeed and to do better and to really help our people. And I know that that comes at a great price, but find a way for our students to pay for it. Find a way to settle their debt and let the debt be none. And Father God, I ask that you be with our elders across the reservation, our elders who are in nursing homes. Some of them may be hurting, some of them may be lonely, some of them may be just wanting to go home. But Father God, I ask that you bring peace to them. And please, Father God, make them whole again. Bring them happiness and joy and healing. And please, Father God, lift our spirits. And we ask that you be with us across the Navajo Nation as mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. Some of us travel, commute to work maybe an hour or more. We just ask that you keep the pathways and the roadways clear and let no harm come upon us. And when anything may be coming before us in our travel, please remove it, Father God. Bless the road that we do travel on so that we may return home safely to our families. And I ask that you protect our staff there at the legislative branch and all the other branches, the executive, the judicial. Keep them safe, Father God. And Father God, I plead for the blood of Christ upon them and to give them the strength and energy and the knowledge that they may require to complete their duties. But Father God, I ask that you bring restoration to us as a whole. And God Almighty, I pray for our leadership. I pray that we will come together and do better for our people. And I know that sometimes these discussions are harsh, and sometimes our opinions may be steering us in a different direction. But at the bottom line, Father God, you put us in this position to help the people. Remind us of that. when we're shortcoming of that. And Father God, I ask that you please bless every home in abundance with your favor. And we just ask that you continue to guide us as we continue out this third year of our term and fourth year in the beginning all the way to the end. And Father God, I ask that you also be with our veterans, our soldiers, those who are serving in all branches of the military. Keep them safe, keep them energetic, keep them full of sustenance, and please keep them out of harm's way, Father. We thank you for the warriors that you have given us, Father. We thank you for all that you do. And I conclude this, we love you with all of our hearts. We love our people. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Okay, Bishop. What eerily. Oh, thank you for that wonderful prayer, all inclusive of our thoughts. Okay. Adoyate sikero sidne kezenako. Which Tainos Agi. Good morning to all. With that, committee members, we are to the point of making announcements. Do we have any announcement from committee members?
Chair Winika.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead.
Chair, members of committee, all those that are listening in. Chair, yesterday I'm sorry that I had to leave for another meeting, so I wasn't able to follow through with Shanto Pratt. I made a recommendation if we could go and meet with them again, and I still want to do that. I don't know if it was finalized or if we set a date or whatever. Yeah, Chair, I was a little bit concerned about that.
Oh, yeah, in that regard, then, at the end of this meeting, at a conclusion, we can set the date and vote on that special request. And again, it could be aside from the regular meeting. We are scheduled to have a regular meeting on the 22nd. We could meet up there with the board on either the 21st or the 20th. That would be a thought for the committee to consider. And then at the conclusion, then that's when we can vote on that aspect.
Okay,
committee members. Oh, committee members, just an FYI, I do have I'm hanging on to RDC Resource and Development Committee meeting. There is a request to add legislation 0177 to their agenda, and staff will text me when that legislation is put on the agenda, as well as when it's called to the floor. The only, for myself, I really want to address committee members, let's go to the announcements, and then let's go to the introductions of guests and visiting officials. The folks on the line could get on, introduce themselves.
Chair, Pete Sinadini with the Trinity Chapter Veterans Organization, formerly Agency Commander.
Got Esha Dr. Perfilia Fowler, Division of Human Resources. I am on the call. Thank you.
Yapi, Chairman So, and committee members. This is Delegate Amber Kinas-Bakrati. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable So, and this is Michelle, Dr. Branzer with the Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. This is Donovan, and we also have Tommy from the Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, sorry. This is Michelle Morris with the Department of Health.
Good morning, Chair and HES committee members. This is Chad Abeda, and Mr. Havens also on the call from Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee. Ron Duncan from Vital Records.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, and additional delegates on this call, Delegate Amber Crowdy, and I thought another delegate. Good morning, and I'm here to listen as well. Thank you.
Good morning, China. This is Melvin Harrison, LDA for Honorable Carl Slater. Thank you.
This is Michael Winnie from Navajo Nation Research Office. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. This is Julius Johnson. I'm on the call as well.
Thank you. Okay, now let's go to I'm trying to find the proposed agenda, excuse me. Okay, we go now to the reviewing and adopting of the agenda. Miss Angelita Benali.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda that for the Health Education and Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, September 15th, 2021. Presiding, Honorable Daniel Iso as chairperson, and Honorable Carl R. Slater as vice chairperson. Place is via telecommunications. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invitation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals, none. 5, receiving reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A is legislation number 0177-21. B is legislation number 0179-21. C is legislation number 0184-21. D is legislation number 0191-21. E is a virtual conference. It's the 2021 biannual Navajo Research Conference. 8, close a meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members. Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Sache. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members.
Chair.
Just a moment. Honorable Carl Slater. Committee members, we did defer the report from Dr. Brancer from yesterday because of technical difficulties. And so by motion, we had put it to be on today's agenda. So it would be an amendment to the proposed agenda, and that would occur at 5A. And then the other part is an urgent need to put a report or an update regarding the Department of Head Start services. And that would be an additional item to the agenda. And that may require going into executive session, moving parties, and then now, Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to ask the motioning parties to modify and include the Head Start and Dr. Brantzler as well. And then as I asked the committee to consider doing new business first, and I asked that because this afternoon evening is it's Yom Kippur. It's kind of it's the holiest day of the Jewish New Year, and I celebrate that. And I've just asked that we try and get the action items completed earlier. Otherwise, I may not be able to stay on the line. Second, I would like to
Honorable Slater, you went mute on this.
Sorry. And then Chair, I think we had texted about this, but I was trying to find the correspondence. Getting a report from the Division of Social Services on the FIPSA funding, the additional FIPSA funding that was made available to the tribe. And we didn't ask for a report today, so if we could get a written report for our next meeting, I guess I don't know exactly how we would include that on this agenda, but that's my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was basically through emails back and forth. But I guess we'll give notice that we want that written report, and then we will address it with an oral report at the next meeting. So based on that, committee members, moving parties, back to you on your motion.
Chair, I consent with the requested additions and to address those after new business. I concur with that, but under Head Start, I guess we'll put it under receiving report B, or listo. I'll be back.
Honorable Paul Begay, you have the second on the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a limit on how many requests for modification that we're allowed to have? Just kidding.
Yes, I'll concur. Thank you.
Okay, Che, thank you. Chair Salona. Honorable Halona, yes, you are present for the meeting.
Yeah, I just got on. I just want to let you know I've been on for a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your attendance. So with the motion, we would address legislations first and then address the reports after the legislations are dealt with.
Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benelli.
Yes, Ms.
I
Benelli.
have, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I have Vice Chair Carl Slater making the amendments, the additions to the agenda. And who's second?
Ms. Benelli, it was a request of the moving parties.
For the main motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the moving parties concurred to put legislations as 5 new business, and then the reports would go down in after the legislations are dealt with, and they would go in the report from Department of MBH, Mental and Behavioral Health Services. And then after that, then the Department of Head Start.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halota.
Hello, what's green?
Honorable Pernell Halota votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
I'm doing good.
Thank you, committee members. With that, we go down the agenda. Review and adopt the journals, there being none. The new 5 would be new business. A, legislation 0177-21. Miss Angelita Benelli.
Harrison, I don't know if we do want to keep waiting for Alex to join.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your legislation number 0177-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and adopting and amending the amended Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Housing Program Policy, NNVA Veterans Housing Program, Housing Action Plan, and the NNVA Home Improvement Program Policy. And sponsors are, primary sponsor is Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. and co-sponsored by Delegate Pernell Halona. And Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I have previously electronically read this particular legislation into record since Health, Education, Human Services is the committee is the final authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. In the previous meeting, the chair had brought this item to the table. There was discussions. There was, and I can't recall, was the amendment introduced or previously, or did we table it before the amendment was introduced?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, this legislation was considered at the last meeting, and the motion and the second motioning parties, they withdrew their motions. So the legislation was not tabled. And yes, the amendments were read into record. However, when the motion and the second motioning party withdrew their motions, it nullified any action.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Thank you for that update. Committee members, we have legislation 0177 before the committee. How do you wish to proceed?
Motion, Wanika.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Second, Delegate Paul Begay. Thank you, Shiche. Honorable Paul Begay, second. Okay, do we have Honorable Raymond Smith on the call?
Good morning, Shania. Honorable Raymond Smith is on the line. Thank you.
And do we have the agent on the call? Do we have the agent on the call? Mr. Swerline. Honorable Raymond Smith, Honorable Pernell Halona, you know the status of the agent to call in, because I'm sure there will be questions regarding the amendment.
Nayat Eben, Chairman Daniel So, and Vice Chair Carl Slater, and members of the Health and Education Human Services Committee. The legislation was on last week, however, it was deferred to today, and our agent knew that it was going to be deferred the 15th, which is today. I don't know where his whereabouts is. Sure that maybe he's trying to call in at the time, but if he's not here, I don't know exactly where he's at, but we do need him on board in order to move forward with this legislation on 0177-21, because there's some amendments that need to be in place. So, Chair, so that's where I'll let you know that. Thank you.
Committee members, could we then have the committee members withdraw their motions, and we would put this legislation at 5C and address the other legislations first, and then come back to this particular item.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Chair, Honorable Paul Begay.
Biga, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Raymond Smith, we'll proceed in that manner to try to address this particular legislation today with the amendments.
Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benally. I did send Mr. Zerline an email letting him know that the committee is meeting today and that this legislation 0177-21 is on the agenda. Thank you.
This is Director Zerline. I'm on the call, sir.
Okay. I just had the committee withdraw their motions to put this legislation at the back end of the legislations that would be addressed today. So we'll have to basically have you wait until we address the other legislations. With that, I'll call legislation 0179-21. The sponsor is Honorable Edison Wanika. Miss Angelita Benally.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have your proposed standing committee resolution, the 24th Annual Nation Council, third year 2021, and the legislation is introduced by Council Delegate Edison J. Wanika. Tracking number is 0179-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Budget and Finance and Navajo District Committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Government of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301 at SEEK. And in parentheses, it's Public Law 93-638 as amended, close parentheses, for a 3-year term for the Division of Human Resources Biorecords Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. And the particular legislation does move on to the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benally. Committee members, how do you wish to proceed on this? Oh,
I'll motion.
Tilla, go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
I'll motion to consider the legislation.
Thank you. We have a motion. I'll
Second.
recognize that. Second.
Second, Halona.
Oh, it's not us. Second, the motion. Committee members. Honorable Edison Wanika, I know you have your agent on the call because he introduced himself earlier. Could you just provide an overview of the action that's being requested?
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, and all those who are listening in. This is a request to reauthorize the program for another 3 years to continue the responsibilities that they were trusted with Vital records is very important to Navajo Nation. And I guess we found that out during the funding that was provided to the people, even that's the Navajos, and we found out that Vital Records was kind of behind on having all the people registered as members of the Navajo Nation. Quite did Oyo Aya Yego Nation, equipment sponsor case ago. Kodona so we need to do more work with the program. And I think it will be good for us, for them to make a presentation to us based on the experience that we went through the past year. On this case ago. But in order to do that, we have to authorize the program for another 3 years for the funding agreement and scope of work that they have for the contract term. And I think some of the programs that we oversee as the HES committee, there's certain ones that we haven't really gotten a work session with them or haven't really met with them in reference to some of the concerns that they have as for the program. I think this is the program that we need to work with. Even about this case. So I think I have an agent that I would like to give some time to, Mr. Duncan. He's the manager for this particular program, and I think Mr. Dr. Ophelia Fowler, so that so I'd like to give the time to Mr. Duncan. Are you on the line?
At Eshiash, this is Ms. Fowler. I am on the line, then I can speak briefly, if I may, then hand it off to Mr. Duncan. He's also on the call, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Shana, Adoshe, Adoshe, Quatodin Zini, by Henson, Hiha. So there's a Lenny A. Betske Adobezilla Behinzi, Ado Nana Shedo Shiaj Anotla HES committee. And then also other delegates are on the line. The Quado legislation, Linige or Sato, Tratna Hidget, Nahabelana or Sesto, the funding agreement, or scope of work is Linigi, I don't Hadeliado, Ado Sato A, Shishiado, the initial A Sato, Bikidin, Ido monitor Inishi, Sato Be, and Nadish was Ado Quado, Mr. Duncan Che. Anit a ande yahados ne konde ashita contract with Uniki jo a on a habela to slash ado kodo report na de now she ni work session got the report ni na do ni ado did a yes a vital records gi ni abahas hito hashine lan hit in the Yo in the yiste so anza gopena anish o quande na handa nishila temporary gisa he nisa edo benednish for vital records a ko ani CIB OU de yo ke do sa e do bata has it no jo endish it now bani ke ado to the occasion to the e abe nil soit abe his ka nature. So at this time I like to hand it off to Mr. Duncan, if you can elaborate on the agreement and then also the scope of work briefly for our committee members. Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Ron Duncan again from Vital Records Department. And thank you for the opportunity to present this legislation before you all. It's the first step in our contract renewal, and we are a 638 program. This may be kind of familiar because you, the same committee acted on the scholarship 638 contract renewal 3 weeks ago. And this is a very similar process and actually the same annual funding agreement. Difference here is that we have a scope of work unique to tribal enrollment. And again, it has been mentioned to what we do with the certificate of Indian blood and other enrollment information documentation that we provide. This is a contract that's been in existence since 1982, and actually the Navajo Nation will have this contract for 40 years next February. And this is going to be our 14th contract, and goes to go through the process and go before BNF and of course NABI. Difference here with our scope of work beyond the certificate of Indian blood. This is very similar to what we had in the past. The only differences here is that there's a small change in the reinstatement process. Normally, according to the tribal code, that's done by council, and you may have seen that action fairly recently with several folks who want to come back to Navajo. It's when people want to reinstate, they have to go through the 164 process and can be kind of lengthy. I know there had been some discussion at council about making this more administrative in nature. And so I left that option available in the scope of work. The only other change to our scope of work is to also provide enrollment information to our medical and healthcare providers. Sometimes people get flown out middle of the night and they get sent out to different cities, different hospitals, and we need to provide enrollment information right then, right there. And there's been sort of a gray area in that area. Do we actually provide that information, since it is sensitive, that option within our scope of work? But to that end, we are still processing and maintaining our enrollment database. That's very important, and this is something that Mr. Wanika had mentioned earlier in regard to hardship. We've been challenged in enrolling people and updating our database. I've been with the program a few years actually this week, and I've lost some time due to COVID for the last year and a half, but we've diagrammed out and what actions we need to take services. And the number one thing is just our information technology. Our database is old, our equipment's old, and what we need to do with our funding is to purchase new equipment, perhaps even do an emergency contract to do this. And so we need to really ramp up what we do here in terms of our service provision. It kind of, we are relying on a paper process, and we need to upgrade. And so we need to get the new equipment and process that's totally online. We're not there yet, okay? But that is something we need to move toward. I don't know who, if you ordered your birth certificates lately, that is totally helpful. I'm hopeful with this program. And so once we get this information technology piece down, we can certainly improve our service delivery. But in a nutshell, that's what we're looking at, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Duncan. Chair, that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika Ado, Mr. Duncan Ado, Satsui, Dr. Fowler. Committee members, questions?
Chair, I have a question, Mr. Delegate Slater.
Oh, Satsui, go ahead. Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, I was trying to pull up your budget from this year, the general funds request, and from recollection, I did not see an unmet needs request to digitize or modernize the. To the folks who are monitoring the call, can you please mute the 818 number? And then the one ending in 395 also has been making noise. Thank you. So my request is if you could speak right now to the unmet needs that presently exist for your program and what the estimated cost is to do the modernizing or digitizing or what have you. I guess I don't imagine that within the scope of your 638 funding, you'd have enough money to do that. So I think you probably need a supplemental request from the council, and I'm curious to know what that amount may be. And then if you could go into a little more detail on that and what the plans are. I mean, I think it's one thing to speak generally about it, but I'd be interested to hear how are you going to, make it easier for our people to receive documents and then submit them, and what are some of the restrictions or constrictions on what you're able to process electronically? Are there things that need to remain in paper form or in-person contact? So I'm going to start off with those. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Mr. Duncan. It's Honorable Winika and then to Honorable or Mr. Duncan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your question, Honorable Vice Chair. That's the reason why I was saying there's certain programs that we oversee that we haven't been able to meet with, and I really appreciate Honorable Slater asking that question, because I think that will be very good if we can have a work session with them to get all the information that we would need. I was concerned about that as I was looking through the document that it seems like there's a need for additional funding. So and I think Mr. Duncan can elaborate more on that. So Mr. Duncan, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Delegate Slater. I know a few weeks back when the Division of Human Resources Committee came before task, I know, and the Budget Finance Committee, I know Delegate Crotty had suggested at that time that we also put in a budget for unmet needs. And at that time, I answered that we actually had an increased request, or I'm sorry, we did ask for more money in this contract to help with in that regard, primarily with our personnel. One thing that we do have right now, though, is that we have monies left over from the previous contract. Okay, and I'm going to be honest here. We have $1.1 million from the previous contract. This budget request going to the Bureau is about the same. And that's one of the challenges that we had when I first came on board. We had previous balances that we needed to spend down. And since we're 638, it's first in, first out. Okay, I need to spend down the previous balances. And so that's the intent here, is that we spend down the previous 638 funds, especially in this regard of improving our database, our IT. And I've spoken to the folks over the Bureau in terms of what we need to do with all of us. And again, there's people who could help us in improving here. I know I've spoken with folks over at MTUA, since they do have a data center located in Shiprock. And so that's the direction that we're heading toward, because we need to make sure that we're secure, and also that we make our online presence more enhanced. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Honorable Slater, do you have follow-up?
Yes, Chair, I have a follow-up, and that is, did the program receive CARES or CARES 2 or ARPA funding for this program? And then what is the status of those funds and the plans to expend them? We've just been going over so many budgets in the past month and a half. I'm like 110% positive that you did receive funding, but I just cannot recollect exactly what the plan is right now. Thank you.
Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Slater. Go ahead. I will go ahead and defer to Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Slater, yes, yes and no. Okay, in terms of the CARES Act funding. Okay, one thing unique about Vital Records is that our CFDA number is the only number that the Navajo Nation has that can receive special or CARES Act funding. And so the program received $5.5 million, but only on behalf of the Navajo Nation. The $5.5 million wasn't intended for Vital Records. We assisted the Division of Social Services for burial assistance, okay, and we helped 600 individuals with that funding. We also provided hazard duty pay for the Division of Public Safety. And we also provided PPE for DPS. So, and right now, we had spent everything down, but in our latest budget calculations, there's like only $400 left. And we're actually talking with contract accounting of what we need to do to move those monies over to either PPE or for a burial assistance. But we spent down, for the large part, $5.5 million. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duncan. Was that $5 odd million like the general tribal assistance, or I don't know exactly what the correct term is, but I think, you know, there's monies made available to tribes that are, you know, for the nation, it's usually very, very modest. Is that what you're referring to? Or when you say on behalf of the nation, who makes that designation? Is it something internally where we say it's your CFDA number, or is it something that BIA says we're using your CFDA number?
Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Slater. Go ahead, Mr. Duncan. I'll defer this to you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Slater, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, the money that was designated for Navajo Nation, this happened last year in April. And so, and the Bureau at that time had to disperse this money very quickly. And the choices were either go with an existing CFDA number, the General Assistance to Tribes, or create a new K number. And in order to create a new K number, that would take quite a bit of time. So our program received the monies for CARES Act funding for COVID relief. And at that time, there was the need for public safety to receive special duty pay, and also to help social services with burial assistance. And that's how that money was dispersed. And of course, I did mention the PPE. So it wasn't to, it was targeted for COVID relief. Mr. Slater, Mr. Chair.
Chair, could I ask one last question?
Honorable Slater, you sure may.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Duncan, and thank you, Shache, for bringing the legislation forward. My request to Dr. Fowler and yourself, Mr. Duncan, is to bring a report back to the committee, and I would say either at the end of October or the beginning of November, and explain how you're going to conduct the procurement process and what that scope of work is going to be for this digitization or modernization of our vital records program. I think you know better than anyone else in the government the overwhelming demand for this, for a digital process. And I know I asked earlier about what are the things that you absolutely have to do, you know, in person or with hard copies. And I think you just got lost in a multi-part question. So I need to do a better job at asking simpler questions, but you know, that's what I would like to see in that presentation. We don't need to get it right now. I understand what the scope of work for this particular contract is and what we're approving here, but the committee I know was very invested in the hardship assistance program under the CARES Act. And a lot of the, how would I say this? Social services or general like welfare type assistance that we would like to provide with ARPA will be tied back into OVRI. And I really think that this is an opportunity that we should seize to update our system, make it durable, make it more secure, and you know, maybe revisit some of these questions about the IDs, about what the nature of our sovereignty is and how we identify our citizenship, all those things. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I see Dr. Fowler nodding her head, so I think she acknowledges the request, and we can follow up via email on this. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Wanika.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Committee members, anybody else want to place a question to Mr. Duncan? Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, the chair does have a question.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
In this regard, I've been informed that the Crown Point office, on their door is posted that the office is closed until further notice. And I need to get constituents better information than until further notice, respective of the current operations. And then again, it goes back to Honorable Slater's question. What does the committee have to do, or the council, what do they have to do such that the Office of Vital Records can receive requests, can receive birth certificate by email or fax, such that those processes could be initiated for a certificate of Indian blood and a census number? Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the question, and also I appreciate Honorable Slater requesting that the program come back before us. And I think we need to address it at the end of our meeting, like you always say, Chair, to set a time and a date for that. And I agree with you, Chair, based on what you said about the door being posted saying to come back until further notice. It was like that when I was with the election administration, or election administration's office was, right? right next to the vital records in Crown Point. And ever since then, there's been problems, exactly what you're talking about. So I will go ahead and defer this to Mr. Duncan, and maybe he can make a response. And then I think what will really help is when we have a work session with them or whatever, to set a time for that. Thank you, Mr. Duncan, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding Crown Point, the other part of the notice that's on the door is that we are closed because we have a staff member that was COVID positive, okay? And so we had to, of course, get the other staff tested and clean the building, okay? So I did initiate a request to the Health Command Center for cleanup and things like that. And we had done the process. I actually went out there myself to clean the building and provided, we bought UV lights, and I cleaned the building along with the election administration side in cooperation with them. So we are reopening. We are open, actually. And so we just need to get that notice out. And forgive me for not doing that this morning, but we open as of today, okay? But that's the primary reason why the office was closed, because we had a staff member testing positive. She'll be out for a bit. In regard to, the CIB request. People can actually request for their CIBs through email or fax, okay? As long as they notarize their request. Unfortunately, we've had some requests come in that weren't notarized, and unfortunately, they weren't the people who were the subject of the CIBs. And unfortunately, we have to make sure that people who are requesting these sensitive documents are who they are, okay? And we have examples of that happening, unfortunately. But that is available, and that's on our website as well. So in that regard, that's why we just need to take that extra step and do something more online and increase our online presence. But right now, people can request through email and also fax. And again, as long as they notarize the request, okay? At this time, I'd like to defer to Dr. Fowler. I know she has a couple of things to say as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Fowler?
Oh, yeah, Che, Adashana, Taton sponsor in Lagi. Oshi but Asli Peso Naga, the tribal enrollment, and we did not request for any unmet needs because we did have a huge amount of monies that were not spent. We did spend like 59%. We still have an available balance of 41%. We can share the numbers with you, but however, I like to indicate that at this time, we have available balance of $1,413,348.49. Eben Ecuador hajot skin spend that the little is in the whole things up in case that upgrade that at least additional the Shanat Lenny Mr. Duncan. So Ecuador we are open to the October presentation. We can go more in depth with the presentation, and I can elaborate on most of the programs. If there's ever a COVID positive, where there's a certain posting that we put, there's an exposure in the building, but that's something that I will have to educate my program managers on. And like they stated, it'll be reopened today. And again, Joshi bebes na hoteshni not ani lini velkan dat nashi na iha.
Hakushela, Honorable Wanika, Mr. Duncan. could you post the notice that the Crown Point office is open, and then also post the availability on how constituents can request CIB through email or by fax, and furnish it to legislative advisors so that we can post it on the Navajo Nation Council website. Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I will certainly do that, and I will do that by the end of the day.
Thank you. Committee members, any further questions, comments, discussion? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul B. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable S&J Wanika. Green. Honorable S&J Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, I voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Committee members, thank you. Let the record show a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Thank you, Satilla, Honorable Edison Wanika, Dr. Fowler, and Mr. Duncan. We go on to legislation 0184-21. Miss Angelita Benali, could you read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by Amber Knespot Crotty, or Delegate Amber Knespot Crotty, as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0184-21, in action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Navajo Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Action Plan. The legislation does move on to the Law and Order Committee. And there were no public comments received. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee members? What are the wishes of the committee regarding this legislation? Committee members?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do we have Delegate Crotty still on the line?
Honorable Amber Knespot Crotty, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, I placed a text to Delegate Crotty. She was on the line before, and I don't see her in the listing.
Honorable Amber Knezbot Crowdy, are you on the call? Going once? Twice? Three times. Committee members, this legislation will go on to next week's agenda, the regular meeting for September 22nd. So we go back to the agenda. We have legislation 0191-21. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, I'll hand over the virtual gavel to you.
Thank you very much, Shania, Chair. Ms. Benali, can you please read 191-21 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. You have your proposed committee resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Council Delegate Daniel Issa as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0191-21. An action relating to health, education, and human services and Navajo committees, supporting congressional bill entitled the New College Act of 2021. The legislation moves on to the Navajo Committee. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. The chair will entertain a motion in a second to consider legislation 191-21.
Motion, Helena.
Is there a second? Committee members, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
The chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Helena and a second from Delegate Begay. Committee members. Committee members, do you have any questions on this legislation or desire a presentation? It moves on to Nabi. I think it's simple enough and something the committee has sponsored in the past. So I don't want to belabor this one legislation. Since we have two more, we might return to. Committee members, I'm going to ask again for questions or discussion.
Vice Chair, question of privilege.
Okay, Delegate Begay, Chanela, you're recognized.
Vice Chair.
Yes, Delegate Begay, you're recognized for your question of privilege.
I think I might have stepped out of the room when the legislation was being read into the record. This goes to Nabi and the council. Is that correct? Thank you.
Chanela, this goes to Nabi. It doesn't go to the council because it's a supporting resolution. So Nabi has authority over those.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah.
Okay, questions or discussion going three times. And Shania, Chair, so there weren't any amendments that needed to be made to this. I didn't see any email traffic on that, correct?
No amendments. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 191-21?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., I can barely hear you. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Vice Chair, we have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mose. Delegate Begay, if you're listening, please text in your vote. I think your connection was interrupted or somehow interfered with the recording. I heard a muffled green, but you can probably take a minute just to make sure he gets his vote in. Chair, I'll hand it back over to you. I guess if we want to go back and consider, is it 177-21? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we will go back to 0177-21. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith, are you on the call?
Shouldn't I? Yes, I am. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Great, thank you. Mr. Swerline, are you on the call? Committee members and those on the line, the reason that we are requiring Agent Jim Swerline on the call is the legislation requires an amendment, or there's a request for an amendment, and that's where we need Mr. Swerline to answer specifics regarding that amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the call.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swerline. Ms. Benali. Review the legislation status once again.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your legislation, and there was a motion earlier in the meeting, and as well as a second. However, it was withdrawn by the parties, and right now I have to indicate the title of the legislation. You have your proposed standing committee resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by Council Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. and co-sponsored by Delegate Pernell Halona. Tracking number is 0177-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and adopting the amended Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Housing Program Policy, NNVA Veterans Housing Program Housing Action Plan, and the NNVA Home Improvement Program Policy. The legislation, since the Health, Education, Human Services is the final authority, it's been electronically read into record, and there is a file, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, what are the wishes?
Motion, Juanica.
Second, Helena.
Thank
Chair,
you.
I'd like to hear a presentation, or I have questions. Thank you.
Yes, I was muted. Star 6. Thank you, Honorable Juanica, for the motion, and the second Honorable Cornell Helena makes the second. I'll recognize the motion. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Good morning.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chennai. Yes, thank you, Chennai, Chairman Daniel So, and Vice Chair Carl Slater, and members of the Health and Education Human Services. And before I start, I'd just like to say thank you for that awesome prayer, Shema. Honorable Charlene So, thank you for that wonderful prayer that you provided for the guidance and the needs that we have for our people, and to do the right thing for our people, and to stand for our people. As you well know, that this legislation before us is 0177-21. I'm not going to go very, very deep into this, but it is a housing program action plan that's going to be implemented with the amendments. Reason being that we'd like to get houses for our veterans that are homeless, and we have many veterans that are homeless, not only men veterans, also the women veterans that served out in the United States Armed Forces, all branches, and we are honored to provide that type of services for the Navajo Nation veterans, .agi. It'll be also a Navajo Nation veterans improvement, home improvement and repairs. That's also included in there. And the other thing too that's very important too is once you get a home, there needs to be that General Welfare Exclusion Act, which covers veterans when they get their homes, so that IRS doesn't come and tax our veterans based on the homes that are provided for the veterans that need homes out there. So this is an end of works, and there is amendments that need to be entertained within this legislation, 0177-21, and we would like to have the Health and Education Human Services endorse this and amend the laws regarding housing action plan and the housing improvement program policy. We'd like to hurry up and get this done so that we can get some houses built before winter, if all possible, and continue to provide that throughout next year, 2022, and on into the future of 2023 and 2024. The funds that we have are sitting there available, and I have my agent with me this morning, Mr. Zerline. He's working diligently to make the amendments and changes to this legislation so that we can have a comprehensive housing action plan and home improvement, because we have many veterans that do have homes, and many years that they've been living in those homes, they may need a new roof or new windows or new doors or new floors or ramps to get up to their housing. Some are getting into the elderly years and they need to have that, what they call handicap type of bathrooms and ramps and accessibility. Even the driveway they need. Some are relying on wheelchairs, and some are relying on crutches, and some are relying, they're not like what they used to be when they were younger. So these are the things that we're really trying to implement and get going for our veterans throughout the Navajo Nation at each agency. And as we go through this legislation, you'll see and you'll explore how we're trying to help the veterans to the best of our ability as lawmakers. And I would like to have Health and Education Human Services vote unanimously on this on behalf of helping our veterans. I know that you, as Health and Education Human Services, is the final authority, and I'm honored to be a veteran too, and I'm honored to represent the veterans to my best of my ability. I'm honored to work with the Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs and also be in touch with the Health and Education Human Services, Shinai, Sui, and members of the Health and Education Human Services. I'd like to turn the time over to my agent, Mr. Zerline, who's with us this morning. And we had a little glitch going on this morning, but nevertheless, we are here to move forward and help one another and get this going, as the prayer was said this morning. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning to the members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Vice Chair Smith's assessment and summary of the legislation before you today was very on point. And at this point, I have nothing additional to add. So I am on the call to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Committee members? Committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead. Honorable Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Shache, Delegate Raymond Smith or Vice Chair Raymond Smith for this legislation. I reviewed the amended amendment from the last time, and I appreciate that the aspect that removed this committee's authority to approve amendments or changes to the policy is now gone, and the committee will not be ceding its authority to listen to veterans and make policy, since we are policymakers. Last night or yesterday afternoon, the Central Navajo Veterans Organization convened and they passed a resolution, and I had a draft of it. I believe now there is an executed copy. Oh, now we don't have the executed copy, but there's a few items in here that I want to state for the record. So number 4 is the CNVO, the Central Navajo Veterans Organization, strongly believes there should be an option and given a choice of what kind of home a veteran desires, Hogan versus rectangular style home. The NNVA director has revised our trust policy and housing format. And 5, the CNVO questions the controller, Elizabeth Begay's statement of announcing the VHTF, so Veterans Housing Trust Fund, is $18.1 million. the CNVO is aware. It was mentioned that in past meetings, there was $24 million in the Housing Trust Fund. That was in 2019. Why was there no additional dollars added yearly to date? Over $6 million unaccounted for. And 6, the CNVO demand a request of an accurate factual total balance amount in the Veterans Trust Fund, which started in 2013 at $6 million, and also the Veterans Housing Program. And 7, the CNVO asks about the Veterans Income Investment and Advisory Appraisal for each year and projections. And 8, the CNVO desires the completion of BFD-45-20, directing the Office of the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit of the Navajo Veterans Administration, parentheses, and NVA, and parens, in FY 2021 to identify potential issues or deficiencies within the operations of the NNVA. So they raised these concerns. I think we've heard a good deal of them before, but I'd really like to start off with number 4, and that is, as the policy stands right now, if you're not receiving assistance for what would you say, an improvement or a rehabilitation, but instead you're receiving an entirely new home, is your only option the Hogan or octagonal structure, as you've called it in the past? That's my first question. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that question. Shenandoah Finigi, Health and Education Services, Tui, for the question posed, and also the resolution that was passed by the veterans within your area, and I'm sure by yesterday. That is a good question. I will, at this point in time, Shenandoah Finigi, I will turn it over to my agent on behalf of the question that was posed by the TUI. Mr. Zerline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for that question. I am looking in the policy right now. The first policy for the new housing construction does have a section on it where the veteran chooses the home that they want. And I want to be able to give you that section. So as you were listing off those questions and I was copying those down, I'm trying to find it. But there is a section. It is on, I believe it's page 9 for the new home construction under section 7, paragraph B, where the applicant would be permitted to state in writing their housing preference of either a modular home or a stick-built home. The stick-built homes would be the octagonal home. The modular home would be a home that is procured from a housing manufacturing entity that is off the Navajo Nation. And those are rectangular, square, or other shaped homes. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Zorline. That was right on key right there, page 9, Shitsui. So that was the answer on behalf of that. They do have a choice, and we're not trying to make it impossible for veterans, but there is that provision in there. So that's why we're doing this amendment, to make it where we can help our veterans out there. Not everybody is wanting a certain style or a certain type, but we want to be flexible within this parameter. Thank you. I'll turn the floor back over to you, Chairman Daniel. So,
Honorable Slater, you have follow-up.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Vice Chair Smith, and also Director Zorline. I know that you've stated this in the past, but because it's a recurring concern of our veterans, I think it'd be a great idea if you could, and this is an amendment that I proposed to Mr. Abeda, but if you could provide, a summary of the changes over the past year that the committee has made in consultation with your program and oftentimes at the request of your program to deliver what you would like to deliver within the NNVA. So that may alleviate some of the communication issues. But this next one is number 5 in that resolution, and it asks the question about the difference in the present value of the Veterans Housing Trust Fund and what the CNVO believes should be in there. So I'll read this again. It says the CNVO questions the Controller Elizabeth Begay's statement of announcing the Veterans Housing Trust Fund is $18.1 million. The CNVO is aware it was mentioned that in past meetings, there was $24 million in the Housing Trust Fund. That was in 2019. Why was there no additional dollars added yearly to date? And then says over $6 million unaccounted for. Number 6, the CNVO demand a request of an accurate factual total balance amount in the Veterans Trust Fund, which started in 2013 at $6 million, and also the Veterans Housing Program. So I think if you understand those two, I'd like to get a response on behalf of the Chinle Agency veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Yeah, Anand, Honorable Chairperson Daniel So, and also Vice Chair Carl Slater, thank you for that question. Sutsui, the millions of dollars and the $6 million, I'll go ahead and turn that over to my agent. I'm sure there is an explanation on what has taken place on that. But as you all well know, that the trust fund was split in half, and there was a policy that was put forth, and during that time, houses were built, and there was an audit done, and that's why we're at this point in time to try to make sure that everything is accountable and ready to build houses. Houses will be give the key to the homeless veterans. So at this point in time, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you again, Vice Chair Slater, for this question. When you pull up the various housing program accounts that were in FMIS, there are 2 different types of reports that you can pull. And in layman's terms, one is the right report, one is the wrong report. So when the questions were being asked by the veteran population, what is the balance of the housing program accounts? My staff was pulling the wrong report. And in the last year, we learned we were pulling the wrong report. What the wrong report tells us was how much money was put into the various accounts for the program. So it gave us a running total. It was not giving us a running balance. So since the program was conceived in 2013, with its first allocation of funds for fiscal year 14, the balance accumulatively was between 24 and 26 million. I want to say it was closer to 26 than 24. I don't have those numbers in front of me because I'm not in my office. The actual balance the controller reported is more accurate because from 2014 through 2017, and then at the end of the Begay administration, the program expended funds. So the funds aren't missing, they were expended. So the remaining balance that, as provided by the controller, should be the most accurate balance that is remaining in those accounts. So thank you for the question, sir.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Zerline. I appreciate that. And as we well know that there was funding, and that was one of the legislation that was passed back in the 22nd Council by Honorable Shepherd, and it was an incentive to build houses out there at 15 houses per agency, and that's possibly where the figures are coming from. And I thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Zerline. Back to the Health and Education Human Services. Chairman Daniel So, you have the floor.
Thank you, Cecilia. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Shania, Chair. I asked, and I just want to get confirmation that Mr. Abeda received my email. Mr. Abeda, did you get my amendment request?
Mr. Abeda.
I'm on the call, Chair. I just received the request from delegates, Vice Chair Slater. I'll go ahead and take a look at this, and then I'll provide an update.
Thank you, Mr. Abeda. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Cecilia, go ahead.
Thank you. Essentially, this is just asking for written responses from both the program and the controller's office to the issues that I identified so we can share it with our veterans. Thank you.
Dr. Shilao, as we wait for the amendment language, committee members, do any of you have a question for Mr. Swerline? Cecilia Raymond Smith, Honorable Raymond Smith, the chair does have a question, a follow-up question. Mr. Swerline, in your response to the housing choice, your response was if a veteran wants a rectangular house, that would mean a modular. If they wanted a octagon structure, that would be stick built. My question is, what if a veteran wants a rectangular house but wants it stick built, meaning 2x4 or 2x6 walls? So it just seemed like there was just two choices that you responded with. Cecilia Raymond Smith.
Shania, Chairman Daniel So. Yes, that was an option. I'll go ahead and refer that to my agent on exactly what a modular consists of, and also the understanding of an octagon. Number is built as a stick type frame. I've seen the structure and I've seen the building of that building put in place, and it was a demonstration. And I do agree, it is a stick building, but the outskirts of it, the exterior of it, looks like logs. But I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Zorline. Mr. Zorline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you for the question, Chair. So, yes, rectangular homes through our policies are going to be modular in construction, and the octagonal stick-built will be the octagons. The reason for this is we are not going to be putting any building materials in the field. Past experience has shown that building materials, unless properly secured, tend to wander off. And if they are not properly protected from the elements, they get damaged. We've all heard many of your colleagues say at various meetings that veterans in previous years had materials dropped off and it just sat there, and now it's all warped, it's rotted, it's cured concrete, it's falling apart drywall, or it's disappeared completely. So if a veteran chooses to have an option that is not the octagonal structure, we're going to procure those homes pre-built from manufacturers that do not reside on the Navajo Nation. And if there is one that is on the Navajo Nation, then we will procure from them. But the octagonal homes are all being prefabricated as well. So it's a loose interpretation of the definition of stick-built. And that may even become an evolving discussions with a company that is becoming registered with Business Regulatory as a priority 2 manufacturing company that we are going to be procuring potentially structural insulated panels that are capable of bearing the full weight of a home and that actually have no wood in them. So there would be no wood framing in some of these homes, and it will continue to speed up the construction pace as well as bring down our costs of construction. And again, we're trying to keep in mind that the whole goal is to get as many homes into the field complete as quickly as possible so that the veterans have a permanent roof over their head. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoreline. Vice Chair Smith, follow-up question. Mr. Shoreline, you mentioned this entity. Are you pre-selecting the entity?
Sir, could you clarify what you mean by pre-selecting, please? Thank you.
You made reference to a priority 2 entity that will be fabricating some walls. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, sir, I understand the question. We, as the Veterans Administration and the Veterans Housing Program, are not pre-selecting them. That is an option that is being strongly considered by the contractor that we have under contract to manufacture these homes. So it is their choice based on the guidance that we have given them through the contract on if they want to continue manufacturing the way that we are currently doing the model home there in San Benito, or if they want to switch to a different product that gives added benefits to these homes. Thank you.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith, I have a follow-up question. Mr. Swerling, in previous presentations to the HES committee, you had mentioned that there would be a facility over in Cuba City that would be one assembling the prefabricated rectangular structures. Is this the same company that you just made reference to?
For the question, sir. Some clarification on the housing manufacturing facilities in general. They are capable of building octangular or rectangular or square shaped homes. And so the intent was to be able to pre-manufacture these panels of whichever design that we're using, which currently is octagonal. So in no previous presentations, should there have been a communication that we would be pre-manufacturing rectangular homes in these facilities. But Tuba City is still a planned location for a housing manufacturing facility. It is planned to be funded for construction through ARPA funds. And if we are able to receive ARPA funds for the construction of this project, it would be potentially the same contractor that would manufacture that facility. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. So in 2016, that audit was done on the housing program, and then wasn't there a moratorium on expenditures from the program since there were no houses being built in order to rectify the issues that were identified? So, I think that's why our veterans are asking why there is the same amount of funding and it hasn't grown if there continue to be set asides for that program. If you could explain that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, sir. That legislation should have been BFAU-24-17, if memory is serving correct. And that would have been a moratorium on construction. And it was also instructions to the controller's office to cease allocation of funds to housing program until those issues were addressed. And to my knowledge, those funds continued to come every year. So that number continued to grow. But that was before my time, 2016, 2017. What the numbers are showing us, and based on information that was provided to me from the controller's office, there was not a missing year in allocated funds. So the 2% each year from 2014 through today has been coming across for the housing program, with the exception of last year, when the 24th Navajo Nation Council authorized the housing program funds to be reallocated for 1 year only to boost the financial assistance. Those housing program funds are going back to the housing program. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. We'll turn the floor back over to Health and Education Services. Chair Daniel.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Honorable Slater, do you have follow-up on that?
Thank you, Shania Chair, and thank you, Dr. Zerlin and Vice Chair Smith. My follow-up is that we keep rehashing these same issues, and I think we really need to have a work session with the Veterans Advisory Council, the program, the Controller's Office, and the Office of the Auditor General, and submit some sort of final report that maybe even the committee would take action on, so that we can lay these issues to rest or pursue investigations of any malfeasance or wrongdoing that may have occurred. Because it's just going to make really bad governance if we keep bringing up these same concerns. And I don't really feel like the answers are terribly satisfactory. And that's not necessarily because of Mr. Zerline, it's because we don't have the controller here. We need to see those fiscal year by fiscal year appropriations, and that's what our veterans deserve. So, once that information is all laid out on the table, we can see precisely where, funding came in and where it went. I do appreciate the answers, but Chair, maybe when we I'm trying to think of the best way to get together with the, or maybe we could add a new item under new business and approve a work session in October with the NNVA, OOC, and the Veterans Advisory Council. I think that'd be productive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, anybody else want to add into the discussion? Again, Vice Chair Slater, the request for the work session, inclusive of all the parties that you named, I think is very appropriate. In view of what the council did starting October 1, I think veterans' concerns will be exacerbated because there is only going to be one business unit for veterans assistance. And the aspect of equity from one agency to the other, as well as from one chapter to the other, based on the 50-50 formula. So those are some things that just we're having a log jam of concerns coming at the committee. So the request for the work session is appropriate. Anybody else? Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Just the legislation's read into the record. And there hasn't been a formal request to say, can you add this amendment?
Thank you, Shania. Do I have the floor now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, we do have an amendment that we need to install with this legislation. It's imperative that we do put this amendment in. That way we can have a working document regarding the legislation in front of Health and Education Human Services for the housing program plan, the improvements, and also include the General Welfare Exclusion Act, because that is very imperative to have for, that was brought up by DOJ, and it would be wise to put that in. I think Honorable Pernell Halona as the co-sponsor, he's aware of that amendment, so I'd like to call upon him to see if he could put that amendment in front of the Health and Education Human Services for consideration. Thank you, Chairman. So.
Halona, this is Chair. This is Halona.
Police Department meeting, which is tomorrow, September 16th at 1:30 p.m. here at the chapter, and this is a meeting.
Chair, it's Halona.
17th, Friday at 10 a.m. here at the Navajo parking lot. The District 14 planning meeting, which will be next Friday, September 24th at 3 p.m. via teleconference. The Navajo Gal Waterline Project will be September 27th at 9 a.m. and that will be here at the chapter in person. And the next will be the District 14 regular meeting, October 1st at 3 p.m. And
Did we switch? What's going on? This is Vice Chair Smith. Did we switch meetings? Are we having difficulties on the phone?
Still online there. Vice
Chair So, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here trying to get somebody to mute their phone. If not, then staff mute that particular phone. Honorable Halona, was it you that had that background noise on your phone? Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Am I back on, Chair?
You got the teleconference floor.
Okay, I had that muting problem too. Somebody put me on mute. And I'm sorry I did. I was listening to, trying to get a chapter meeting out of the way at the same time, so I just turned them off. Chair, I'd like to reintroduce the amendments we tried to introduce the last meeting. I have the amendments made. Mr. Beta has sent them out to all the committee members. I'd like to make a motion to amend the legislation.
Yes, Honorable Halona, your motion to amend 0177-21 is recognized. Do I have a second? Going once. Going twice.
Second, Wanika.
Oh, just when I was going to say 3 times.
Yeah, it makes me mad.
Yeah. Mad over the phone. If we could have Mr. Chatabeta read that amendment into the record.
At the chair, so of Chatabeta of Office of the City Council here.
Yes, Mr. Beta, read that amendment that you prepared for Honorable Pernell Halona.
Okay, these are the first amendments to legislation 0177-21, sponsored by Delegate Pernell Halona. Resolution amendments. On page 3, line 16, insert amendments after Home Improvement Program policy. The paragraph shall read as follows. Section 3, approving Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Housing Program Policy, NNVA Veterans Housing Program Housing Action Plan, and the NNVA Home Improvement Program underscore amendments. Number 2, on page 3, line 22, delete approval pursuant to 2 NNC subsection 221, parentheses B. Insert certification by the chairperson or pro temp chairperson of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This section should read as follows. This act shall become effective upon its certification by the chairperson or pro temp chairperson of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. On exhibit number 1, amendments. Number 3, on exhibit 1, page 3, line 13, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 4, on exhibit 1, page 7, line 16, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. 5, on exhibit 1, page 7, line 19, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 6, on exhibit 1, page 7, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. Number 4, sweat equity. The applicant shall participate in the construction of their new home to gain a sense of pride in home ownership. Participation may vary based on the applicant's ability to perform various tasks. Hours must be logged by either the applicant, a family member, or the local chapter veterans organization. The number of hours shall be determined by the NNVA executive director. Failure to log the appropriate hours prior to the completion of the veteran's home may result in denial of future home improvement assistance or self-help assistance. Number 7, on exhibit 1, page 8, line 29, insert new paragraph as follows. B, in order for the home to be connected to existing infrastructure and have the cost covered by the program, each applicant choosing to obtain a home site lease will be required to select a location within 1,500 feet of the existing infrastructure, i.e. electric, water. If the applicant chooses a site beyond 1,500 feet from existing infrastructure, the program will require cost matching by the applicant for connections to existing utilities, or else solar or the cistern options will be available. Locations must be able to support septic systems or have access public sewer systems. On number 8, on exhibit 1, page 9, line 5, delete the housing selection committee shall select potential grantees for the NNVHP projects from the local veterans organizations supporting resolution. Number 9, on exhibit 1, page 9, line 13, insert new paragraph as follows. In order for the program to fully cover the cost of connecting the home to electric and water services, each applicant choosing to obtain a home site lease will be required to select a location within 1,500 feet of existing infrastructure. Number 10, for exhibit 1, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. The amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with the notice of the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Exhibit 2 amendments. Number 11, on exhibit 2, page 2, line 2, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 12, on exhibit 2, page 2, line 5, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 13, on exhibit 2, page 2, line 6, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 14, on exhibit 2, page 2, line 9, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 15, on exhibit 2, page 2, line 26, insert new paragraph as follows. Section 7, sweat equity. Number 1, all potential candidates to receive a home under this program shall be required to participate in the sweat equity program. Each candidate shall perform work on their home while it is being built. They will have an option to work on the foundation at their home site, work on the prefabricated panels constructed off-site, or work on the final assembly of their home. candidates will be required to invest themselves in the construction of their home, as these homes are being provided at no cost to the veteran. Number 2, contributions to the sweat equity program do not require that a candidate have working knowledge of the home construction. Candidates will only be required to perform tasks that they are physically able to perform and or willing to perform. If a candidate is experienced as a framer or has interest in learning the skill set, they may accept duties that will teach or enhance those skills. If the candidate has physical limitations, less strenuous tasks shall be made available, such as site cleanup or trash removal. Number 3, in the event that the candidate is not able to perform any aspect of the sweat equity program, they will be required to have a family member, friend, or members of the chapter veterans organization participate on their behalf. Number 4, it is the intent of the sweat equity program to help build interest and skills in building trades to foster economic growth while providing jobs and housing to the Navajo veterans and develop and foster the pride generally associated with homeownership. Number 16, for Exhibit 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits. Accordingly, if necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby to authorize make necessary grammatical changes. Exhibit 3 amendments. Number 17, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 16, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 18, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 28, after basis, delete the Navajo veteran must submit a local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 19, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 30, after out, delete a local veteran organization supporting resolution will also be required. Number 20, on Exhibit 3, page 8, line 17, after sheet, delete which will include a local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 21, on Exhibit 3, page 9, line 20, delete bullet point as follows: local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 22, for Exhibit 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. These amendments shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent of, or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Service, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Chair, that's the end of the first amendments. Back to you.
Oh, God, that's long.
What I mean, though, it's out there.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Chairman So.
Oh, I'm on mute. Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions regarding this amendment? If not, the chair has a question regarding Part 7 on Exhibit 1, page 8, line 29. Insert new paragraph as follows. B, in order for the home to be connected to existing infrastructure and have that cost covered by the program, each applicant choosing to obtain a home site lease. Okay, upon adoption and upon signature of the presiding chair, this housing policy would go into effect. However, if the applicant already has an existing home site lease that is away from infrastructure, then how does this particular section affect them? Is this particular section asking a veteran applicant to pursue another home site lease? And that goes into the home site lease regulations, where a person cannot have two home site leases. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that question, Chairman Daniel. So the amendment on the home site lease area, also within the 15 feet of the existing infrastructure, and if they already have one prior to that, and if they're required to obtain another one. We have Amendment 1 here, sponsored by Honorable Halona and my agent here. I'd like to turn the floor over to my agent, since this is going to be within the amendments of the Navajo Housing Program Action Plan and the language that's set forth. So I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you for the question, Chair. So the short answer to your question, sir, is no. A veteran will not be required to get a second home site lease. The first home site lease the veteran has is where the second and third portions of that section come into play. The veteran will have a choice. If they do not want solar and cistern options, if they are insisting upon being connected to the public utilities, they will have to cost share. If they determine that that cost is too expensive for them to cost share, that's why we have this portion of the policy, is so that there is still an option available for the veteran to have access to power and water. The cost of running utilities to some of these locations, not just for our veterans, but for all the Navajo people, we've heard time and time again from the Land Department, from NHA, from NTUA, that the cost for running power and utilities to a single home is cost prohibitive. And so the Veterans Housing Program, with significantly less funding than NHA or NTUA, we cannot afford to spend tens, hundreds of thousands, even $1 million to run power to a single home. So back to the original answer to the question, no, sir. A veteran who already has an existing home site lease will not be asked to relocate and obtain a new home site lease within 1,500 feet of existing utilities. They are okay where they are, and we will continue to move forward. Thank you for the question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zerline. We'll turn the floor back over to you, Chairman. So.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schwerlein. Committee members, do you have any questions, discussion? Okay. There's no further questions or discussion. Committee members, I'll call for the vote on Amendment 1. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for Amendment 1.
Thank you, committee members. Amendment 1 is adopted to be included in legislation 0177-21. Mr. Abeta, there was the request for a second amendment placed by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Do you have that amendment ready?
Should I, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I reviewed the amendment and really wasn't what I was going for. So I asked in another email that I just sent to craft the directive. And the directive asks for a report that will be completed by October 15th by the program with cooperation from Ms. Bobroff, you're unmuted.
Oh.
So the request is for the program to complete a written response to items 4 through 8 in the Central Navajo Veterans Organization resolution that I spoke to earlier. I believe it's 01-09-21, and do that in cooperation with the controller, the auditor general, provide it back to the committee by October 15th, and then thereafter we'll have the work session with those same entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Abeta. And again,
Chair,
that directive would be voted on separately from this amended legislation. Mr. Abeta?
correct. That's what I was going to ask. I'll go ahead and write the directive up. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members. Further discussion on 0177-21. Going once, going twice. Oh. Miss Angelita Benali, you read the amended language into the record, am I correct, before the committee votes?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chad Abeta already read the amended language to the record.
Yes, we voted on that amendment, but the legislation as amended, I think, still needs to be read into the record. Am I correct?
Okay, the second reading?
Yes.
Okay, all right, yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your legislation number 0177-21, and this is the second reading, which will include the following amendment. That was one. See, on page 3, line 16, insert amendments after home improvement program policy. The paragraph shall read as follows. Section 3, approving Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Housing Program Policy and NVA Veterans Housing Program, Housing Plan Action, and the NNVA Home Improvement Program Policy underscore amendments. On page 3, line 22, delete approval pursuant to 2 NC section 221B, insert certification by the chair or pro tem chairperson of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And this section shall read as follows. The act shall become effective upon its certification by the chair or pro tem chairperson of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Exhibit 1 amendments. Number 3, on Exhibit 1, page 3, line 13, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 4, on Exhibit 1, page 7, line 16, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. 5, on Exhibit 1, page 7, line 19, delete program manager, insert NNVA executive director. Number 6, on Exhibit 1, page 7, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. Number 4, sweat equity. The applicant shall participate in the construction of their new home to gain a sense of pride in home ownership. Participation may vary based on the applicant's ability to perform various tasks. Hours must be logged by either the applicant, the family member, or the local chapter veterans organization. The number of hours shall be determined by the NNVA executive director. Failure to log the appropriate hours prior to the completion of the veterans home may result in denial of future home improvement assistance or self-help assistance. Number 7, on Exhibit 1, page 8, line 29, insert new paragraph as follows. New language is B. In order for the home to be connected to existing infrastructure and have the cost covered by the program, each applicant choosing to obtain a home site lease will be required to select a location within 1,500 feet of existing infrastructure, i.e. electric, water. If the applicant chooses the site beyond 1,500 feet from existing infrastructure, the program will require cost matching by the applicant for connections to existing utilities, or else solar and cistern options will be available. Location must be available to support septic tanks or have access public sewer systems. Number 8, on Exhibit 1, page 9, line 5, delete. The Housing Selection Committee shall select potential grantees for the NNVHP projects from the local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 9, on Exhibit 1, page 9, line 13, insert new paragraph as follows. 3, in order for the program to fully cover the cost of connecting the home to electric and water services, each applicant choosing to obtain a home site lease will be required to select a location within 1,500 feet of existing infrastructure. Number 10, for Exhibit 1, renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraph selection and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Exhibit 2 amendments. Number 11, on Exhibit 2, page 2, line 2, delete Program Manager, insert NNVA Executive Director. Number 12, on Exhibit 2, line 5, delete Program Manager, insert NNVA Executive Director. Number 13, on Exhibit 2, page 2, line 6, delete Program Manager, insert NNVA Executive Director. Number 14, on Exhibit 2, page 2, line 9, delete Program Manager, insert NNVA Executive Director. Number 15, on page 2, line 2, number 15, on Exhibit 2, page 2, line 26, insert new paragraph as follows. Section 7, sweat equity. 1, all potential candidates to receive a home under this program shall be required to participate in the sweat equity program. Each candidate shall perform work on their home while it is being built. They will have option to work on the foundation at their home site, work on the prefabricated panels constructed offsite, or work on the final assembly of their home. Candidates will be required to invest themselves in the construction of their homes, as these homes are being provided at no cost to the veteran. 2, contributions to the sweat equity program do not require that a candidate have working knowledge of home construction. Candidates will only be required to perform tasks that they are physically able to perform and or willing to perform. If a candidate is experienced as a framer or has interest in learning the skill set, they may activities that will teach or enhance those skills. If the candidate has physical limitations, less strenuous tasks shall be made available, such as site cleanup or trash removal. 3, in the event that a candidate is not able to perform any aspect of the sweat equity program, they will be required to have a family member, friend, or members of the chapter veterans organization participate on their behalf. 4, it is the intent of the sweat equity program to help build interest and skills in the building trades to foster economic growth while providing jobs and housing to Navajo veterans, and develop and foster the pride generally associated with home ownership. Number 16, for Exhibit 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph, section, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with a notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Exhibit 3, amendments. Number 17, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 16, delete Program Manager, insert NNVA Executive Director. Number 18, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 28, after basis, delete the Navajo veteran must submit a local veteran organization supporting resolution. Number 19, on Exhibit 3, page 7, line 30, after out, delete a local veteran organization supporting resolution will also be required. Number 20, on Exhibit 3, page 8, line 17, after sheet, delete, which will include a local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 21, on Exhibit 3, page 9, line 20, delete bullet point as follows: local veterans organization supporting resolution. Number 22, for Exhibit 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. These amendments shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. As a footnote to the 1,500 feet, the 1,500 feet, it is the Bureau of Indian Affairs' advice to the Navajo Nation that if a water line or a power line is extended from the main pipeline or the main trunk line within 1,500 feet, then it would only require a service line agreement and would not require the enactment of a right-of-way. So that's how come that 1,500 feet requirement is stated in this amendment. Committee members, second reading is accomplished. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Let the record show vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. And one member losing telephone connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go back to our agenda, committee members. I understand that Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty had lost connection, and regarding the legislation that she is sponsoring.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yo.
This is Angela Benally. There was a directive by Vice Chair Slater. Is that included in the motion, or there was a comment about it being separate?
No.
Okay.
No, that's voted on separately.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Beta, whenever you have that directive ready, we'll vote on it before we close the meeting. But in this case, I'd like to recall the legislation 0184-21. Shemayaza, Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, are you on the call?
Chairman Cho, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, Ms. Angelita Benally, please read the proposed action into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by Council Delegate Amber Knezbach Crotty as primary sponsor. Tracking number is 0184-21, and action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Navigia committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Dene Action Plan. The legislation does move on to the Law and Order Committee. Mr. Chair.
Committee members, thank you, Ms. Benally. Thank you, Shemayaza, for getting on the call. Committee members, chair is open for a motion to adopt the proposed legislation.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, yeah, Lancer Che.
I'll second.
Motion. We have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay, a second by, what's that? Shabiza Honorable Charlene So.
No one loves you.
Okay. Committee members, do you wish to hear a short presentation on this plan?
Yes, Chair.
Hakushila, Shemaya, Honorable Amber Knizbach Crotty.
Yes, thank you.
Teleconference with. Yes, go
I
ahead.
appreciate that. Thank you, Shiaj. So with this legislation, we introduce the DNET action plan for consideration by the Health, Education, Human Services. On page 2 of 3 in the findings, you could see starting on line 11 that the executive, judicial, and legislative branches provided the updated DNET action plan, which incorporates the use of our DNET lifeways of Nisahak S, thinking, Nahat planning, Ina action, and Sihasin reflection, addressing that yet attached as Exhibit A. Essentially, the purpose of the DNET action plan is similar to the former tribal action plan that provides a roadmap for all entities and partners to address public safety and social program needs in order to address the issues plaguing the Navajo Nation, which includes violent, substance use disorder, suicide, and our missing and murdered Diné relatives. The DNET action plan will also provide data which will be used to support future grant applications. Pursuant to CM 5587, the Navajo Nation approved the tribal action plan and a memorandum of agreement with tribal and federal agencies in response to the Indian Alcohol and Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act of 1986. So that's PL 99-570. In 2015, the three branches of the Navajo Nation government collaborated and created an agreement with the purpose of improving the quality of life and providing economic opportunities for the Navajo people. The three branches embarked on an effort to improve Navajo Nation laws, policies, and processes to better meet the needs of the Navajo people. In 2016, a collaborative effort between several Navajo Nation governmental agencies revived the tribal action plan and named it the DNET action plan. On April 10, 2018, the three branch leaders introduced the DNET action plan to the DNET people and leadership and brought forth the plan as a blueprint for improving the quality of life throughout Navajo Nation. On July 27, 2021, the three branch leaders addressed the significance and focus of the DNET action plan to address violence, substance abuse, and the three branch leaders presented the action plan to the DNET people and encouraged our people and leaders to learn more about the DNET action plan and to make an effort to become familiar with the plan's content. The DNET action plan incorporates the historical traditional teachings and the DNET planning model in order to think, plan, carry out, and reflect on goals and accomplishments. Upon the DNET action plan's approval, an advisory group will be created to develop and oversee implementation of the goals and objectives of the DNET action plan. It is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to approve the DNET action plan. One area that I want to highlight is on in terms of victim services. The goal is to ensure that all victims that occurs in a victim-centered manner by assessing victim needs and addressing concerns of victim families while delivering services in a non-judgmental and compassionate manner. Assist investigators in their interactions with families so that victims are provided with information, heard, and made to feel safe. Also to ensure that all victim family contact occurs in a trauma-informed manner. Trauma-informed victim services seek to reduce system impacts of trauma while supporting the needs of the family. This can be done by listening, providing support, managing expectations, planning, and sharing information. Honest communication builds trust and shows respect. So to work to ensure that all contact occurs in culturally appropriate ways, cultural and community context that impacts the delivery of services for victims and the in-person investigation to be considered, establish the cultural and community context to minimize interference or conclusions about the victim, collaborate with victim services to provide additional victim support for the victim's family, and or tribal community when appropriate. So, Chair, this has been a large uphill battle to develop the DNET action plan. There was a series of multiple meetings that organized hundreds of our Navajo Nation employees, the different divisions from the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. So I want to thank Raquel Chi with the judicial branch as the grant manager and helping us with the Bureau of Justice grant. We were working with Yvonne Billison, who has recently left the Office of President and Vice President, but was critical in the coordination in working with all of the different entities. So this plan is different administration, but I feel that this is the platform that we need on Navajo Nation to continue to provide services and most importantly be accountable to our people. So Chair, I will yield back the floor and answer any questions. Thank you.
Committee members, thank you, Dr. Samaya, for the presentation. Committee members, any questions, comments? Okay. Committee members, we will again revisit this particular legislation as it moves toward council.
Sure.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. So my question is, we have a tremendous amount of funding for a variety of purposes, and it's mainly for pandemic COVID response, but there's an opportunity to expend funding, I believe, on some of the goals of the DNET action plan. How does the sponsor contemplate making infrastructure or programmatic investments in the near term that will do the capacity building that's identified within the DNET action plan? Or are we going to rigidly stick with what is expressed in there? I guess I wouldn't want to formalize anything that may slow down those investments or complicate them if certain things need to take place with advisory committee formation, resolutions, other things like that under the DNET action plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Samaya, Honorable Grady.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the question, Vice Chair Slater. So in terms of the DNET action plan, this is really, so the amount of funding that we received from the federal government, if you're referring to the ARPA or the FRP or FRF, that's in the Navajo Nation coffers. This tribal or this Jeanette action plan is really like a beacon light in terms of what direction the nation will be coordinating systemic issues and challenges. Without really knowing the specifics, it's hard to know what could possibly be a challenge that you see that this plan would constrict some of the momentum and either reforming or providing services. At this point, the language is vague enough where it's really more of a roadmap on how these programs need to communicate with each other and break through some of the silos and understand the intersections of when we, for example, talk about suicide prevention and the treatment. We know there's intersections with mental health, with trauma, possibly unstable or families that are in crisis. And so we need then a nimble system that is working and communicating together so that they understand when we deal with these systemic issues, it's not just a one person or one department approach. So I hope that gives you context in terms of your concern if this would investment. This is a our multi-year plan. And so if there is something currently being developed or this plan wouldn't prohibit those possible plans, and hopefully in the spirit of our approach would actually complement what this plan is providing to the nation. So please let me know if there's any specific follow-ups that we can do. We do have a team. We work with with the Office of President and Vice President staff through the executive side, Raquel T with the judicial side, and Donovan Hanley has been assisting with the speaker and legislative side. So if there's specific issues or concerns, we can get those areas addressed. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Shemaya, Honorable Cotty, committee members, and Vice Chair Slater. Do you have follow-up?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of those investments, the committee received a proposal yesterday on addressing alcohol and substance abuse disorder, and they were seeking ARPA funding. It is somewhat fleshed out. It isn't terribly fleshed out. I guess I want to make sure that as the council considers appropriations over the next few months or the next year or so, that it is aligned with the Jeanette action plan, and that I guess we kind of create a method for synthesizing the advisory group and the leadership that they'll exhibit and deliver for the nation with us as appropriators. So I am just trying to think through that, and that was the purpose of the question. Additionally, I mean, there's considerations of public safety facilities and investments there that have been proposed, but I'm not 100% sure those are aligned with this plan right now. That was the main point, and I just think that it will be really important for us to make sure we stay abreast, involved, as is called for in the advisory group. And I know this is meant to combat the silos, but in terms of accountability, when it's really diffuse from an oversight perspective, it's difficult to achieve in my mind. It's not, to me, it's a fact. So I just hope that we're able to stay on the ball as oversight and also that as this is moved forward, there, how would you say? I don't want to say there's like a lead agent or there's just one lead entity that's meant to implement this, but that is something I think could be useful when there are immediate funding considerations or things to that effect. Perhaps that leadership could be exhibited by the president's office. Perhaps it would come from the committee or yourself, Delegate Crowdy. I think we all look to your leadership. So those are the extent of my comments, and I look forward to passing this out of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. I guess in somewhat the same line of thinking. Oh, we all have the chapters dealing with a land use, a community land use plan. And then on the New Mexico side, we have the aspect of ICIP. And they end up to be controlling or prohibitive. If a project isn't on an ICIP, if it's not within a community land use plan, it almost prohibits a chapter from pursuing new avenues of funding. And my only concern is, could that same concept be used to limit the actions of this plan? The other part is the other major sources of services, the Indian Health Service, the public, the Bureau funded schools, and even the Bureau of Indian Affairs itself. How can they be cohorts or partners in the action plan? Those are some my most immediate reactionary thoughts based on the conversation. Shmayazer, Honorable Amber Knezbot-Crowdy, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Shiaj, Vice Chair Slater, both Chairman. So on my page, digital page 40 of 80, the committee can look at how the work plan is being organized. So this also involves strategic leadership of key Navajo Nation public safety partners. Each key stakeholder will be represented in the advisory group. The advisory group will be comprised of leadership in key Navajo Nation public safety partners, including relevant service providers. The advisory group will meet at least once every quarter. The following Navajo Nation personnel are recommended to participate in this advisory group and engage in monthly meetings to provide formal programmatic structure with details on the roles and responsibilities of all those stakeholders. So I'm going to name off the stakeholders. So it'll be Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President, Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Health, Education, Human Services Committee member or designee, Nabakiachen Committee member or designee, Law and Order Committee member or designee, Director of the Office of the Public Defender, Director of Navajo Department of Public Safety, Chiefs of Police, including RAMA, Chief Prosecutor, Director of Criminal Investigations, Director of Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services, Director of Division of Social Service, Superintendent of Department of Diné Education, Representative of the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program, Navajo Nation Youth Council member, Navajo Nation Women's Commission member, Navajo Nation Aging Council member, and the Navajo Nation Government Development Representative. It is trying to be a pretty inclusive group that would help develop a detailed work plan to facilitate improved collaboration and coordination among Navajo Nation public safety partners and ultimately improve public safety and delivery of services, including goals, tasks, and responsible persons and entities, to identify and address overlap, gaps, and voids in services needed to accomplish the goals for each task force area of responsibility, develop performance measurements designed to measure program effectiveness, as well as the number of services, training, and other activities provided, implement measured activities and reporting in the members' respective agencies, provide reports of statistics and program analysts in the planning team at least annually, and recommend program improvements. There's areas here that identify the role of the advisory board. Again, the intent is for the role of collaboration, and there is a space on the advisory board for a HES committee member, or does it be? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any further discussion? Going once.
Chair Salona.
Honorable Halona, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crotty, Delegate Crotty, for bringing this legislation back up. I also was just curious on the funding. Is there already funding in place for all the programs that you're working on right now? Has it already been established, or do we still have to go through that process? Delegate Crotty? That's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Shemayaza, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you for the question, Delegate Halona. So this activities were funded by 2 separate federal grants. And so there's additional funding that's available to help tribes in implementing the plan. And I do want, so thank you for the question. And Chairman, so to specifically answer your question, on page 43 of 80, you can see that we will be partnered with Indian Health Services, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Education, SAMHSA, so that's Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, the Department of Justice to maximize the legislative intent of the Tribal Law and Order Act of 2010. And so there will be coordination, and we will need your representatives of the Navajo Area Health Board. Thank you, Chairman So, for those recommendations and questions.
Thank you, Shemayaza. Honorable Halona, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is. I have a real quick follow-up. Is on the grants, how long are those grants available, and will there have to be another one to keep the program rolling if we start it and it lasts several years? Would there be follow-up grants that we can apply for? Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Shemayaza, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Delegate Halona, for the question. Chair, with the technical difficulties, I'm not sure if Teresa Galvin is on the line. She is our subject matter expert when it comes to federal funding, and her work with Navajo Department of behavioral and mental health. She's familiar with the SAMHSA grants and the opportunities, or if Ms. Raquel Chi is on the line from judicial, then she is more aware of the funding the funding that could possibly be available through our partners from the judicial side. Thank you, Chair. If not, I can follow up and get that specific information to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Karat. Committee members, any follow-up questions?
Not for me.
Going once? Going twice? 3 times. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel East. Honorable Edson J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edson J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. For the record, Honorable Charlene So text her vote as green. She is having technical difficulties. So let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Shemayaza, Honorable Karate. So we proceed to let's see where I lost my place on the agenda. Okay, we are done with the legislations.
Sure.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Could we vote on the directive?
Mr. Chatabeta, is that directive ready?
Oh, Che, kena Vice Chair Slater, but exist.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, committee members, Vice Chair Slater, do you want to share that directive? We haven't, the rest of us haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, it says the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration shall, with the assistance of the OOC and the OAG, respond no later than October 15th, 2021 by written report to concerns stated in items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of Central Navajo Veterans Organization Resolution 01-09-21. Thereafter, the NNVA, OOC, and OAG shall convene with HESI in a work session.
Vice Chair Slater, that's your motion on the directive.
Oh, Shania.
Okay. Okay, great. We have a motion and a second on the directive that was read into the record by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, do you have any questions or discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Angelita Benali.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I just want to I would recommend to clarify with Legislative Council if this item needs to be added to the agenda, or is it part of what directive to legislation number 177-21, but I think that this is a separate action. Thank you.
Chair, yesterday when we did the action on the extension, we did have it listed on the agenda, and that was essentially analogous to this in my mind. So I'll motion to amend the agenda to, at the end of new business, include this directive.
Thank you. I'm trying to, what would you say, recall actions at NABI. I don't remember having to add the directives. Mr. Chatabeda, in your review of the committee rules of order.
Yeah, it can be separate. They're talking to you right now. He just said something about Saturday.
Mr. Chatabeda. The question is, do we need to add it to the agenda, or do we just vote on this directive?
Just it's only requiring a vote. It doesn't need to be added to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Akwashila, thank you for that clarification. Committee members, we have a motion and a second on the directive. I think we're pretty clear on it. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Can you hear me? I'm voting green.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, thank you.
So you voted green, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Chair, vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
And let the record show, Honorable Charlene So text to vote green.
All right, sir.
So let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on this directive. Thank you. A quick presentation on new business E. Mr. Michael Winnie, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Sheila.
Honorable community members, thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. I had shared with your office on the 2021 biannual Navajo Nation Research Conference that's coming up on October 19, 20, and 21. One of the requirement for all research done on the Navajo Nation is that they have to present their findings back to the local areas, programs, representative, and community members, and the leadership of the Navajo Nation. This is where they present their findings, final reports, some of their publications back to the Navajo Nation. Some of the topics that they present on this 2-day is on the areas of cancer, education, environmental health, behavioral health, medicine, public health, child health, and behavior science. This year, as of yesterday, we have 75 abstracts that we received to be presented. And at this time, I am inviting the committee to come out and participate and listen in. And also at this time, I will be inviting Chairman So to do a welcome address on the second day. I did share this year we're going to do virtual. Because of the pandemic, we're going to do virtual. Normally, in the past, we had done in person over at the museum, but this year we're going to do virtually. If you want to, I can sign the board members are willing to listen in. Get them registered and get you your confirmation for the password and the code to listen in. This year, or normally what we do is we have fundings from the Johns Hopkins University to pay for community members out there that wish to participate. We can pay their registration. Also, students, there are university, and of course, the leadership that wants to participate, we can pay for their membership. So, some of our sponsor here this year is the Nick College, NAU, and the Navajo NARCH Partnership, Department of Health, Department of Education, and Johns Hopkins Center for American Health, Indian Health. And one of the things is a theme that came up was Hajona Hasli. It's sustaining reservoir for life and wellness. And that is what we normally do every 2 years. Is all the research done on the Navajo Nation is being presented back to the Navajo people. And that's one of the requirements. So with that, just let me know if you want to attend. One of the main preliminary sessions that we wanted to do was cover COVID-19. That's one of the topics that we will do, and we're going to invite the Health Command committee members, and then Dr. Jill Jim to go over the stats on the COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. and also we're going to do some panels on COVID-19 that are doing research relating to COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. So that's what our agenda in our 2021 research conference that I wanted to share with you. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Winnie. Committee members. By a vote, we could basically say we're going to be in attendance. Committee members?
Chair, Winika?
Oh, Satilla, Honorable Edison Winika, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds interesting, but the only thing is, isn't that our week of the council session?
Yes, it is.
It's going to make it hard for us to participate.
We could be, members of the committee, we could be attending the mornings. Mr. Winnie, I think some of your activity starts at 9 a.m., was it?
Yes, well, actually, we start at about 8:30. And then the rest of the, the preliminary session and the reports presentation starts at 10:30, and it'll be on all day.
Committee members, we could attend from 8:30 till 10 a.m. And if need be, drop off the council call to participate in the other sessions that we might have particular involvement with. Committee members.
Chair Salona?
Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess we could do the mornings, and then if we get off in the afternoon, sometimes we get early out. If they're still in session, we can always jump back on the line as well. But for the presenter, just know that we're not going to be following the conference completely because of the council session. But I do agree this is important that we need to listen to this and be a participant in this virtual session for life and wellness. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Is that your motion then?
Yes, if we need a motion, I'll motion that.
Thank you. Committee members, I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Bill, if you get.
Hakushin Lanchache, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Chair, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. 4 in favor, 0 chair not voting, to participate as much as we can with the Human Research Review virtual conference.
I do thank you. And
Mr. Michael
continuous
Winnie,
support.
thank you.
Ako Sheena.
What day Ole? So we go back to the report section, committee members. First on the report would be the one we deferred from yesterday, the presentation by Dr. Michelle Brenser. Dr. Brenser, are you on the call?
Hello, this is Michelle, Dr. Branzer. Am I able to be heard?
Yes, we hear you. Get on the line. Thank you. You may proceed with your report.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Vice Chair, the committee members, as well as colleagues and program members. And so some of you may have heard a little bit about this DBMHS updated report, but I'll start from the beginning again. So what the newest update would be is DBMHS is putting forth for legislation for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to become Medicaid providers. And that would be initially with New Mexico Medicaid. And what we have found, DBMHS, it's been a process actually the last, I would say, 2 years working on how we can be reimbursed third-party billing for our treatment services, case management or care coordination services we provide within the different treatment centers throughout Navajo. And so working with Department of Justice, the attorney that is working with us is Michelle Begay, looking at the different participation agreements for Medicaid, to become a Medicaid provider, starting with New Mexico, as I stated, had areas that were Navajo doesn't typically agree with. And so with Ms. Begay's assistance, trying to work with the states in that way. But the recommendation that has come is more or less to work with this proposed limited waiver of sovereign immunity. And so we'd like to start with New Mexico due to the fact is we have 2 treatment center outpatient centers that are able to bill due to the fact is we have the clinicians enrolled in the managed Medicare Medicaid system currently, and so they're able to bill right now, and we receive some funds from that, but we were asking for more abilities to become providers within New Mexico as well as Arizona. But as we found out also there's other areas within Arizona's provider enrollment agreements for Medicaid that, again, the nation cannot necessarily agree to. So we're just seeking to find ways to look at how we can bill for our treatment services we provide. And that's the reason why for the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. and we're working with our sponsor, which is Delegate So, to make sure that, you know, we can continue to work with legislative services at this point as well to make sure the legislation is getting drafted the way that it you know, it needs to be. And that we recently had a meeting, I think it was yesterday, the other day, to begin that process. So it is new to DBMHS in this way of seeking legislation. However, as the delegated or health services administrator now for DBMHS, really looking at ways to help our programs to be enhanced and to grow. And so that is the new update. And so we would be looking at, you know, ways that we're going to utilize the funds to help, again, grow and sustain our programming. And then also be able to, you know, as we look at other things like salary schedules and vacancies, how to help in that area too with, you know, another revenue stream coming in. So that is the reason for the legislation for limited waiver of sovereign immunity. And I'll go briefly into the other action items that have, you know, been on DBMHS radar, which is the Navajo Nation Tribal Opioid Response Grant. Some of you may have known that this grant was received back in 2019 in September, and it was awarded under the Department of Health with the epidemiology department. And since I came aboard late December, January as a delegated HSA, Dr. Jim did ask if this is an area that DBMHS can work with. And yes, I believe this is a very good step also for DBMHS to take to work on opioid treatment and prevention, as well as, you know, partnerships throughout Navajo, and to also provide medication assisted treatment, or at least to build that infrastructure with the current like IHS and 638 medical clinics on Navajo. And so with that, due to COVID, not much was done with that grant, but we were able to apply for the no cost extension. So the grant itself was to end the end of this month, the 29th of September. However, applying for this no cost extension, I can say it was good news to hear we were awarded the no cost extension so that we can work towards September 29th, 2022. And so today we're actually continuing to develop our task force for opiate response, and that's including partners across Navajo as well. And so our real plan is to build a infrastructure within Navajo Nation for that medication assisted treatment in the areas of prevention and outpatient treatment services, residential. And the entities that we're going to be working with in the grant with the MAT, or the medication assisted treatment, is Tuba City Regional Healthcare, Utah Navajo Health System, the Native Americans for Community Action, and a telehealth type treatment services. It's called IRIS. And then we'll be, now that we've been awarded the no cost extension, we are definitely going to be full steam ahead to start spending the money to get this up and rolling. And then also with that, we are providing trainings with opiate response. And from the meeting this morning, it looks like we can really work with the public safety entity, because they have an individual who is able to help provide opiate trainings, or at least have done it with their first responders. And so we'll be continuing to work with that. But the grant also looks at cultural relevancy and appropriateness for the nation. And so we're going to be working on providing Navajo wellness model training for all the partners on the task force. So that is the TOR grant. The next grant, which we are working on, is called the FEMA Crisis Counseling Care Grant, in response to COVID-19. And it's good news again. We were given, this time though, special conditions approval from FEMA and the federal partners. And one thing we're still working on is the IDC. As you know, it's part of the budget manual, the BIM, and we were just seeking guidance because with the FEMA grant, indirect costs are disallowable. However, the recommendation or after the review by DOJ, that would be Kristen Lowell, and working with contracts and the grants with OMB, it was recommended for us to seek a waiver from the Navajo Utah committee so that we can, I guess the waiver would cover 2 areas where ADC, would not be included, and also that then therefore DBMHS would not have to pay for the IDC. However, this is still in process, trying to find the best way to work with this issue at hand. But we do have 2 subrecipients that are going to be helping with this Navajo Crisis Counseling Care phone line. It's going to be a 24/7 crisis helpline throughout Navajo, and I'll also work with the other crisis lines within the states, the 4 corner states. The 2 entities or subrecipients would be Community Bridges Incorporated. As you know, in Arizona, they provide a lot of detox, residential, inpatient, crisis, counseling as well. And the other entity to really meet the needs of our Navajo, that really speaks to our values and culture and everything there, is working with the Diné Medicine Man Association. And again, this is a newer partnership, but it's pretty good to see how we can work together. And so they are going to be available to also assist on this crisis helpline. And then that covers the FEMA grant. The next one that's kind of newer on DBMH's plate we're working with is the Community Health Aid Program, CHAP for short. It's a technical assistance grant, and we'll be looking at ways to assist with DBMHS as we have a clinical structure in place with our independent clinicians that are licensed, but more so in the area for us, a behavioral health aide or a behavioral health tech, depending on the terminology. So that will really help us to build our workforce, developing training, even with tribal colleges, perhaps, to help us. But again, this is the technical assistance part of the grant. So it's really looking at a feasibility and how we can develop this. So again, it will be sustainable. And then just a quick update on kind of the treatment services that are ongoing. We are open all of our DBMHS outpatient, I should say, treatment center sites. They are providing what we call level 0.5 to 2.1 outpatient treatment. And it's mainly through telephone, and we've added telehealth treatment services through Zoom for healthcare. However, we're noticing now that, as we all know, the internet or the broadband is limited or spotty in different places across the nation. So some of our clients are preferring the telephonic ways to do their treatment, even though we are offering telehealth currently. And then also we continue to provide outreach, which you may have seen the Suicide Prevention Week. We had some presentations on Facebook Live, and then we're also gearing up for our National Recovery Month, which is this month of September. And then with the higher levels of care under ASAM levels 3.1 and 3.5 for residential, unfortunately, the only facility within DBMHS that has residential is the Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Center in Shiprock. And unfortunately, what I'm saying is the building is still being addressed, meaning the repairs and the renovation. So we're not currently able to operate the residential portion. However, we continue to do outpatient there. And we are addressing the issues with our action plan. And kind of like I don't know, when you start peeling something back, you find another issue. So we keep adding to make sure our building is meeting all of our safety standards in order to operate the residential. However, if individuals or clients are recommended for residential level of care, they are being referred off reservation for those treatment services at this time. And for the other component of DBMHS programming is our REBA, or you can hear TREBA in Arizona. So it's the Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Authority. We did begin our new intergovernmental agreement with Access, Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment Systems, on July 1st, and it's going to go until 2026, so it's about 5 years. And what that does is allow for care coordination. As I mentioned, if someone is recommended for residential treatment, and since we do not offer that currently on Navajo, our case managers, as these members are enrolled in REBA or Access, then they can receive that care coordination to help get them the services that they need or treatment services they need. And then also looking overall at our organization as I've come aboard as delegated HSA and now HSA, is again continuing, which was done before and just continuing it forward, is to address our vacancies. And you know, you can look at that DPM website and see we still have quite a few. So trying to problem solve that with the salary schedule. And there was past resolution, I think before COVID, 2019. And so now we're vitalizing, looking at the resolution again, so we can go ahead and put forth for that to have DBMHS have its separate salary schedule, so we can be more competitive for the licensed professionals we need for the treatment services we offer. And then also with this, and also because of the grants that we're participating with, looking at the areas of quality assurance. So that was added to our organizational chart. We do have a program evaluation manager, so really utilizing her, Ms. Begay, to help us grow so we can really show our program and its strengths, and also identify the gaps that are needed. And especially as we move forward legislation for billing purposes, this area is very crucial. So we'll be working on developing that area more. The next area is a cultural liaison section, due to the fact is we are continuing to standardize, you know, the areas of traditional or faith-based type services, and our cultural or spiritual liaison can help us to make sure we are doing a good job with that within all of our treatment center sites. And the last area that was added was kind of public relations. As we all know, COVID has impacted many ways of everything, and even treatment services have been really impacted, and crisis response and mental health issues, all of those. So with public relations, with our outreach program, they kind of spearheaded this, really is by utilizing the social media type platforms, now with telehealth, other ways that we can get out important messaging that again is going to help us to outreach more and meet the needs of our Diné people. And lastly, I'll just highlight with the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, we did request for some funding to continue to build our infrastructure. Reason being that our 638 funding doesn't allow for building construction. So if since we're putting forth this proposal, what we'd like to do is look at the need. We do have detox, that is one area that has a different level of care than what I mentioned earlier, that would take a lot of ways of looking at how we can do that. But of course, we would need the infrastructure of building to be able to do detox services. And then residential, looking at more residential facilities, again on Navajo. Again, that does require the personnel piece. And then outpatient treatment centers, some of them, as you may know in your communities, are needing repairs as well. And just a lot of issues, I guess, have been going on, some of them, that looking at how we can improve those treatment centers, or, you know, start fresh with a new treatment center. And lastly, the need that I'm seeing is the need for transitional housing. Again, it's a proposal due to the fact when our loved ones or relatives go off, even off reservation to different treatment, and they come home, maybe the home is not ready yet or conducive for their recovery to practice their skills. So this is an area of, again, a different level of care within the ASAM criteria of how to help those individuals gain other recovery skills or vocational skills or whatever it is to need for them to really push forward in their recovery. And so, as I stated, staffing besides the infrastructure, our personnel plan, looking at that with some HR staff that we have had to really come up with the plan the best we can. Again, it really is conducive sometimes with our salary schedules. So as I stated, we'll be working with that as well. So that is the extent of my update. And thank you for listening, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Committee members. Could we have a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, yeah, it's Chase. Motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Do I hear a second?
Second, Halona.
Honorable Edson Wanika beats out Honorable Halona on the second.
What?
It was close
I guess I'm a
finish.
little slow today, huh?
Committee members, any questions, discussion? Dr. Brenser, so the language on the waiver of limited immunity, that's been refined and ready to go forward?
Thank you, Honorable. So it is being refined. As I stated, we met with Chad Beta the other day, and so it is continuing, I guess, to get refined, but it is, again, I'm not the attorney, so I believe it is getting refined and will be ready soon.
Mr. Chatabeta.
Yes, sir.
On the question, I think the first, it was legally insufficient.
Ooh.
Or are you working that particular aspect right now?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So with this waiver of limited sovereign immunity, the provider agreements that were reviewed by Department of Justice, I received the memo from Ms. Michelle Begay within the why it was deemed legally insufficient. And for the New Mexico side, there are provisions within the contract that says that that BBMHS, the behavioral health, is subjected to the jurisdiction of New Mexico. And also they shall abide by the policies by the Human Services Department. And then also for the Arizona side, those provider agreements, when we had our meeting, we discussed that some of the waivers that Ms. Michelle Begay had not seen, or that she has not heard of council waiving, which one pertained to the Navajo Nation agreeing or waiving that they pay, that they shall pay any legal fees, attorney fees. And then also under there's something about the immigration citizenship. So both after reviewing the memo from the Department of Justice, we're waiving our DBMH is waiving their immunity and then also falling under the state's jurisdiction and also the state of New Mexico. And so with that said, I'm just wondering if there should be further negotiations that should be made with these entities, maybe perhaps a work session because these another thing too is there aren't any provisions in here that says the tribe or the Navajo Nation has jurisdiction. And so I'm just wondering what Department of Justice, I know at the meeting too, we had a meeting on Tuesday regarding this. And so one of the things was that as far as what should we do going forward, should we implement the New Mexico side first, since, even though it's deemed legally insufficient, do we waive jurisdiction? And so that's something that I need the chair or the committee need to, what we should do in this regards. Should we go back to the table and meet entities and have a work session, or I just need guidance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City. Committee members, regarding this taking the issue of having a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. That's an action that the council will have to take. So perhaps we need to also schedule a work session soon before we can adopt those contracts and adopt the legislations. So committee members looking to you for your thoughts. We have a motion to accept the report. Then again, at the end of the meeting, we could also schedule a work session regarding the items that are part of this report. There's no other discussion. Let's go to a vote on accepting this report. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Oh, green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hold on. Hello, it's green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, you have voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Mr. Mose,
Yes, sir.
let the record show that Honorable Carl Slater is excused
All right, sir.
for the balance of the meeting, and then also Honorable Charlene So text that she votes green.
All right, sir. Thank you. So the vote is 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Now we go to an item that we added to our agenda this morning. presentation or update on Department of Head Start services. Miss Angelita Benali, have you sent out that adopted agenda?
I just sent it to legislative IT for posting. I can send it to directly to the members, but I do have it as under reports. Hold on, let me bring it up. I do have it under 6, receiving reports. B is an update by report update, Department of Education, and I indicated an executive session may be required, and it's regarding the Department of Head Start, and the presenters would be Ms. Patricia Gotti, Acting Superintendent of Schools with Department of Education, and I understand that Rolanda Billy is the Acting Assistant Superintendent of Head Start. Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But can you hear me? But I will send the approved agenda directly to the committee members right now.
Okay, I haven't received the adopted agenda, but Miss Patricia Ghani, are you on the call as well? Mr. Chad Abeda and I think is it Michelle Begay that's going to handle the item since Miss Alexandra Kinsella is on leave.
Good afternoon, Chairman So.
Yes.
This is Pat Ghani, Acting Superintendent from Department of Education. I do have a couple of others who are informed about some of these issues for which you have asked for an update. Attorney General Doreen McPaul. I also will be momentarily joined by Colin Bradley. He is a contracted attorney under Navajo Nation Department of Justice. We also have Harrison Rice, since Ms. Alex Kinsella is not available this afternoon. I also have summoned Ms. Rolanda Billy to also join the call as well, sir.
Thank you. And let me proceed to Mr. Chad Abeda. I guess part of the premise for putting the update of Department of Head Start Services is the fact that the Office of the Speaker had received a demand for payment in excess of $1 million. And I think through the investigative work of Office of Legislative Counsel and Navajo Nation Department of Justice, it was found that that was the demand for payment was related to the Department of Head Start Services. Attorney General Doreen McPaul and Mr. Abeda, could you provide the committee some background information regarding that particular aspect? And then we'll go on to the second part would be there was 26 audit findings regarding a performance audit to be conducted by the Office of the Auditor General. Those findings, there was a response made by the Department of Head Start, and some of it didn't meet, weren't accepted. And so there was supposed to be some more work regarding that matter. So let's proceed in that manner. Number one, the demand for payment of $1.2 million. The audit findings, and then finally the administrative matters within the Department of Head Start.
Chair So?
Yes.
Hi, this is Latanya Johnson from Navajo DOJ. My colleague Harrison is unable to join this meeting, so I'm in place of him right now. And if you like, I can provide a brief background on that issue that you just raised.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Latanya Johnson. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Human Services Government Unit, which is also known as HSGU. HSGU provides legal assistance to Division of Diné Education, specifically also Head Start. As the committee is aware, the Navajo Nation received a debt collection in the amount of $1 million and some change, and I'm saying a change because the amount has recently increased because the interest rate, because the debt has yet to be paid, the interest has accrued. Based on this notice, the Navajo Nation initially was trying to identify who the party was, and once we had resolved this, once we have determined this matter, we have determined that it is Head Start. So once we received this information, my colleague Alex had reached out to Head Start to provide options on how to pay this $1 million amount of debt that's owed to the U.S. government. And the three options that were provided was, one is Head Start can not do any action, and in response, Treasury will offset the next award of federal funding to any Navajo Nation program. And so I want to emphasize that the fact that it's just not to Head Start, that's to any Navajo Nation program that receives federal funding. We obviously don't recommend this route, as offset can cause a lot of problems to other Navajo Nation programs, but nevertheless, it was an option that was provided to Head Start. The second option that was provided was that Head Start can request for council to appropriate UUFB to pay the debt. Obviously, you know, it would have to go through the oversight and to council to pay this amount. And given that the interest is accruing, the amount would probably increase over time. The last option was for the Head Start to request Office of the Controller to use some funds to pay that amount in moving forward. My colleagues Harrison and Alex did meet with Head Start. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. Chair, Honorable Wanika is trying to get online. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes. Again, committee members, this particular, I'm with the understanding that any of the DOJ and Legislative Council, if they deem it to be of attorney-client privilege information, they would basically advise us to go into executive session. With this presentation, Ms. Johnson, this information is all right to be out there as part of the public discussion, is it?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Chair. I would recommend going to executive session to discuss the next, the information that was discussed between DOJ and Head Start.
Okay. Committee members, thank you, Honorable Edison Wanika. So with that, there's the recommendation. And Ms. Angelita Benali, please email the executive session number to the committee, to Mr. Beta with OLC, as well as Ms. LaTanya Johnson and Ms. Patricia Gani.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chair, now.
Go ahead.
Ms. Dana Bobroff is also online.
Yes, send it to her. Most
Chair,
definitely.
So I believe also
Yes.
the Attorney General is also on the phone too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And send it to Madam Attorney General. Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, thank you for addressing me as Your Honor.
I apologize for that mistake.
Oh, no, I just have to thank you. And let's go, committee members. If I could get a motion to go into executive session.
Chairman So?
Yeah.
In regard to the personnel matter, which I believe you said you wanted to also have shared behind closed doors, I do have on the call Colin Bradley, attorney with DOJ as well.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Benali, let's include Mr. Bradley on the executive session number. Committee members, chair is open for a motion on the advice of Attorney LaTanya Johnson.
Chair, that would give Paul Begay motions to go into an executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Paul Begay makes the motion to go into executive session. Do I hear a second? Committee members? Committee members, are we losing connectivity? Mr. Mose, do we still have Honorable Wanika and Honorable Halona on the call?
Yes, we still have Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Bernal Halona, Honorable Paul Begay, yourself, Honorable Wanika just stepped out. I think they're having connectivity problems.
Okay, we have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay.
Yes, sir. I do see Honorable Halona's name and Honorable Charlene So as well. But I think they're having technical difficulties.
Committee members, the chair is at the mercy of the committee members. We have a motion to go into executive session. Need a second. And we'll proceed to a roll call vote. Ms. Johnson and all the attorneys on the call, how long should we go into executive session? Are the issues to be presented complex? Require more than an hour?
Chair, so this is LaTanya. I will only be on the line for the Head Start offset issue, so that should probably only take 15 minutes. I will defer to Colin as to the personnel matter.
Thanks, LaTanya, and I would just imagine in the same amount of time at both.
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes.
Angelina Benally. We don't have Colin Bradley's email to send him the executive Zoom link. If LaTanya Johnson can send it, forward it to Colin Bradley, maybe we could work it that way. Or if you want to, okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson, you'll just share it with Mr. Bradley?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Honorable Halona, did I hear a second from you?
All right. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Thank you. Give a second.
Second. Chair. Second.
Okay, second by Honorable Wanika. Thank you, committee members. Mr. Mose, roll call vote for the executive session for,
Yes, sir.
at the most, an hour.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, going into executive session at 2:29 p.m.
My LPA